So good morning, class, and welcome to the session. So, how many people have done this coding? So, जो class में just open your notebook. Let me have a look at your confusion matrix, AUROC curve, and those who have joined online, if they want, they can share the code on the chat window. And let's invest some 10 minutes. I'll check the code and other things, so that if there is some issue going on, let me find it out. Okay, and then probably we'll move ahead. Okay. जो लोग क्लास में हैं, they want to be before. Let's find a group. Store it slowly. कौन से तरह से? Academic किया था? हाँ किया. Academic का confusion में. Academic की confusion में. So 0, 1, 2. Okay. You are also the responsible. Okay. Academic. ROC. Exactly same क्या Okay, ठीक है. इसका अलग अलग वही प्रॉब्लम क्या है? फिर कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स चाहिए और करो कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स. ठीक. क्या लगेगा? जल्दी कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स. Okay, so I am getting two things on the chat also. Let me see. So Siddharth has said Titanic AUROC is this. Titanic IROC is this 0.75 and Chan is 0.6129. Okay, ठीक है Siddharth. Fair enough. एक सेकंड में देखता हूँ. मैं ईमेल किसको भेजता हूँ? एक PTMS भेजती और दूसरे किसको? KND.kalpesh6, right? एक ईमेल देख. People have created a model. ठीक है. People have created a model, but Let's try to build a little more thought process. Acha, so let's get started, you know, and I'm not moving to new algorithm as of now, but we will move towards the new algorithm. See, did anyone try to do any analysis? किसी ने analysis करने की कोशिश करी क्या? Analysis as in which factors were playing more role, and when I say which factors, that is your X factors were playing more role in Y. किसी ने ऐसी कोशिश करी क्या? See, basically, I am taking you towards the new territory. New territory as in, अगर मैं इसका नाम लिखूं तो feature importance or feature selection. I haven't used this word till this time, but now I think it is the right time because at least कुछ लोग काम करके लाए. जो लोग अभी आए हैं, those who have came to the class just now, please open your Jupyter notebook. I wish to have a look on both churn and the this data set. वैसे सबका कोड देख के लग रहा है कि थोड़ा सा कॉपी पेस्ट हुआ है कोड का. I don't know, but at least सबके लैपटॉप पे कोड दिखा है मुझे. But एक लुक बोलता है कि कहीं ना कहीं से एक दूसरे की हेल्प हुई है, बट स्टिल इट्स ओके. अच्छा, फीचर इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ फीचर सिलेक्शन. सो एक यूट्यूब पे मैंने एक ऑलरेडी वीडियो डाला है, नॉट नाउ बट सम टाइम व्हेन यू हैव टाइम you can see and watch that video. So feature importance or the feature selection. Did anyone do any one step further and tried understanding that which factors are playing more role in your Y? So remember, Y is dependent upon your X. Can I say Y is dependent upon your X? So number of X variables can be many. So it can be X1, it can be X2, it can be X3. And not all the X variables would be of same importance. So for example, let's say if you are applying for the loan, then amount of loan and your income would play more role compared to your gender. सारे X variable same importance के तो नहीं होंगे, right? So when you are building a model, normally there can be one more purpose. So let's say you have built a model and your model is accurate also, it's good also, but हो सकता है customer तुमसे एक सवाल पूछे. अगर सवाल नहीं भी पूछे, then you need to ask yourself, out of these X variable, which X variable is most important, which is least important, right? Because not all the variables would be of same importance. And again, I'm repeating, let's say you are applying for the loan, then your income, your loan amount may be playing more role compared to your gender or compared to your probably age, right? Or age may be playing more role compared to your gender, whatever, right? So किसी ने feature importance की कोशिश करी क्या? But in a way you know how to do the feature selection. तुम्हें पता है, सिर्फ तुमने लगाया नहीं. पूछो कैसे पता है? नहीं. Which methodology would you use to find the feature importance? There are many methodologies, but you already know two methodologies. सोचो कौन सी methodology से तुम ये पता लगा सकते हो? If not for all the columns, but at least for few columns.
Adjusted add R square.
Adjusted R square will give you the overall, but it cannot give you of a particular column. In a way, इसका thought process right direction में तो है, but properly right नहीं है. You already know that. तुमने उसकी already coding भी कर रखी है. सोचो कौन सी है? भर भर के coding कराई है क्लास में. chi-square. chi-square कराया? chi-square कराया ना? Now can someone tell me what is the null in chi-square? Yes, so very good answer. In chi-square null hypothesis is there is no relation between two variables. Barabar, everyone agrees? And alternate is there is a relation. There is a relationship between 2 वेरिएबल्स। अब देखो कैसे सारी चीजें इंटरकनेक्टेड होती आएंगी, एंड दैट इज व्हाई आई से कि डेटा साइंस इज फुली इंटरकनेक्टेड. यू डोंट रिमेंबर वन थिंग एंड देन द लिंक breaks. There is no relationship between two variables, and there is a relationship two variables. And the same chi-square can be used for your feature selection also. How? Can someone think how? कैसे chi-square का यूज करके हम कैसे पता लगा सकते हैं that which x variable would be more important? Take a deep breath and answer आ जाएगा. Again, I am repeating my question. Let's say there are 3 x variable, x1, x2, x3, and you have a y variable, and you want to find out of x1, x2, x3, which one is more significant, which one is more important. Then using chi-square, how can I find it? Using chi-square, how can I find it? And let me say, 3 variables का मैं नाम भी दे देता हूँ. टाइटैनिक के या 3 वेरिएबल्स का नाम बताओ. एक जेंडर वेरिएबल है, ठीक है, लेट्स से जेंडर पी क्लास है, जेंडर पी क्लास. एंड टिकट क्यों लोगे? टिकट इज अ यूनिक आइडेंटिफायर. यू शुड रिमूव द टिकट कॉलम. अगर टिकट कॉलम आपने यूज किया देन इट इज अ रॉन्ग. जेंडर पी क्लास, व्हाट इज बॉडी? और कोई वेरिएबल? बोर्ड के और कोई वेरिएबल? व्हाट इज एम्बार्क? एम्बार्क में कौन कौन से वैल्यूज आ रहे हैं? Okay, let me say embark. Okay, so there are 3 x variable and there is a y variable. Y variable is what? Survive. Y variable is your survive. Now I want to find which x variable has more relation with your survive. Using chi-square, how can you find it? Hey guys, तुम लोग क्या हो गया? देखो, अच्छा, लेट्स कम बैक. सी, अगर हमें प्रॉब्लम का पता लगाना है तो उसके रूट से स्टार्ट करो. There is no relationship between 2 variables. So it means whenever you are doing your chi-square or ANOVA, there would always be 2 variables. And if I have to use chi-square for feature importance, let's say, consider out of these 2 variables, one of the variable is x and another is y. So basically what I will do, I will build a relationship between my gender and survive, P class and survive, and then embark and survive. ठीक है? So I can build a relationship between gender and survive. Then similarly P class and survive. And then similarly I can build between embark and survive. Okay. And so when I am doing a chi-square between my gender and survive, then what would be my null hypothesis? There is no relationship between. Sentence complete करो. नहीं, 2 वेरिएबल्स तो है, बट यहाँ पे 2 वेरिएबल्स का नाम लो. वापस बोलो एक बार.
There is no relationship between gender and survive.
There is no relationship between gender and survive. That would be the null. And if the null breaks, then you will go with alternate. It means there would be the relationship between gender and survive. Out of survive, y is your target variable. Target variable always depends upon your x variable. If I break the null, then I will go with alternate. And if I'm going with alternate, then I can establish the relationship between gender and survive. It means survive depends upon gender. अगर मैंने null break कर दिया, then gender will become significant. Yes or no? Initial null hypothesis क्या था? Null hypothesis would be that there is no relationship between gender and survive. But if null hypothesis breaks, then we will always go with alternate. And alternate hypothesis would be that there is a relationship between gender and survive. But there is another relationship also, that survive depends upon gender. Survive depends upon gender. And after doing a chi-square test, I am able to build the relationship between them. It means gender becomes significant. Are you समझ में? Suppose, and then let me say same thing I can do between P class and survive. The initial null hypothesis would be there is no relationship. But if null hypothesis gets broken, then I will go with my alternate. Then I will say that there is a relationship between P class and survive. But since survived was your target variable, it means it was depending upon P class. And you are able to establish a relationship. It means P class is playing a role in your surviving. Are you समझ में सबको? And same thing can be done with your embarked and survived. क्या किसी ने chi-square रन करने की कोशिश की थी? एक बार एक काम करो. Build your chi-square. Run your chi-square test on your gender and survive. P class and survive. How do you decide to whether your null is rejected or not rejected? You decide कैसे करते हो? P value. If P value is less than 0.05, we reject the null. So can people do the chi-square test between gender and survive? Possible है? 2 minute का time दे रहा हूँ. Please जल्दी से बताओ what is the P value. And similarly, do your chi-square test between P class and survive. फाइल को रीड करो और एंटायर डेटा पे रन कर दो. नो नीड फॉर डूइंग एनी सैम्पलिंग अदर थिंग. टाइटैनिक फाइल का नाम क्या था? टाइटैनिक ही नाम है कुछ और है? टाइटैनिक 3. ओके.
So P value 0.05
कितनी आ रही?
4.589 into e raised to minus 18.
e raised to minus 18 किस चीज की?
Gender.
जेंडर की? एक सेकंड जरा मैं भी रीड कर ही दूं, वरना आधी जनता ना। सबकी निकालो, तीनों की वैल्यूज। सबकी क्लोज टू 0 आ रही है। अब सोचो कौन सा इंपॉर्टेंट है। टैक्स फाइलिंग करनी है ना।
शक्य बना ऑप्शन नाही आहे. better.
Okay, so can I have a final answer? Which one is most important? So कौन से columns है? P class, survived, name, sex, SIBSP, patch, ticket, fare, cabin, impact, boat, body, home destination. And I hope while building the model, लोगों ने ticket हटा दिया था?
Yes.
तुमने हटाया था? हाँ, then remove it. Ticket is just a unique identifier. ठीक है ना? Ticket is something like your PNR number, right? Fare हटाया था? क्यों हटाया था? क्यों?
टिकट से कुछ
तो
सर्वाइव से क्या लेना?
सर्वाइव से क्या लेना देना? अरे बहुत लेना देना है, बहुत लेना देना है, अभी पता चलेगा थोड़ी। ठीक है, बोट, बॉडी, बोट का भी कोई रिलेशन नहीं दिखता है। बॉडी, होम डेस्टिनेशन भी हटा दो। ठीक है, एज, केबिन भी हटा दो। सेक्स, मेल फीमेल का कोई रिलेशन। नेम, सर्वाइव, पी क्लास, नेम का भी कोई रिलेशन नहीं। नेम मोहन हो या श्याम हो, बचने की प्रोबेबिलिटी किसी पर डिपेंड नहीं करती थी। अच्छा, नाउ लेट्स डू वन थिंग. So if I want to build this thing, let me say chi-square 2 contingency and let me pass the data. So let me say pd dot cross tab and हम pass कर देते हैं tt dot survive comma tt dot, let me say, okay. So what is the p value? यही है p value. Which is the p value? So p value is the second value. So second value is this thing. So can you notice it is nothing but 0? E minus 81, it means after decimal there are 81 zeros. So ये value तो 0 आ गई. It means this sex is having very huge role in surviving. आप चाहो तो तुम इसको थोड़ा सा ब्रेक करके भी देख सकते हो. So do you notice? So what is 1? 1 is your survived. So देख रहे हो, how many males were there? How many males were there? 682 plus 161 males were there. और सिर्फ 161 बचते हैं. How many females were there? Females were 127 plus 339. So survival of female. Female का survival ratio कितना हो गया? 339 divided by 339 plus 127. So there is 72% chance that a female will survive. और मेल के सर्वाइवल का रेशियो देखिए आप कितना है? 161 divided by 161 plus 682. Same 19% chance. So it was heavily biased toward female. Heavily biased toward. किसी ने इस लेवल का एनालिसिस करने की कोशिश करी? So if you are a female and there is a shipwreck is there, then chances of your survival are very high. And male के बचने की chances बहुत ही कम. सिर्फ 5 में से 1 बचेगा और उसमें 5 में से 3 बच जाएंगे, 4 बच जाएंगे, 4 बचेंगे. Now, so समझ में आ रहा है? That sex is playing some role in survival, and that is why देखते हो उसकी p value इतनी 0 हो जाए, is almost 0. So what would have been the initial hypothesis? Initial hypothesis would have been that there is no relationship between your sex and survival, but since the p value is less than 0.05, we break a null and we go with our alternate. And since we are saying survival depends upon sex, and same thing we can see over there also. Let's do the same thing with our p class. अच्छा, एक जरा याद करो, मूवी देखी है वाली टाइटैनिक, उसमें पहले फीमेल्स को बजाते हैं, याद आ रहा है? याद आ रहा है? तो भाई सेम चीज डेटा में तुम्हें दिख रही है. ठीक है, मैंने हमेशा बोला है जो चीज तुम्हें लाइफ में दिखती है वही डेटा में रिफ्लेक्ट होगी. अब यहां देखो, so P class, so it is also close to 0, -28. But P class की value, the value of P class, or I can say the P value of P class is little more than your this thing. यहाँ पे -81 है, यहाँ पे -28 है, and lower the P value, more significant would be the variable, right? अब इसको देखते हैं भाई साहब, इसमें क्या चल रहा है. So there were 3 P classes, 1, 2, and 3. So third class, second class, and first class. अब देख रहे हो, गरीब के बचने की चांस काफी कम है, और अगर वो गरीब मेल है तब तो गया वो काम से. So can you notice, if I say chances of survival of different classes. So P class is as in, so for example, let's say in your railways you have a like sleeper class, AC1, AC2, 3 tier, whatever, जो भी होता होगा. Similarly, you have it over here. So for example, what is the chance that you belong to P class 1 and you survive? तो उसके chances क्या हैं? Let's start with your 3. Let's start with your 3. So 3 में survival का ratio कितना है? 181 divided by 181 plus 528. सिर्फ 25% लोग बचते हैं वहां पे जो थर्ड क्लास में ट्रेवल कर रहे थे. अब देखते हैं जो सेकंड क्लास में ट्रेवल कर रहे थे. 119 डिवाइडेड बाय 119 प्लस 158, 42% चांस. अब जो सबसे अमीर क्लास था, क्लास 1 में जो ट्रेवल कर रहे थे, देखो 50% से भी ज्यादा दिखेगा. 200 डिवाइडेड बाय 200 प्लस 123, 61% चांस. ओके, पहले अमीर को बचाया गया, बाद में गरीब को. दिखता है? And that is why you can notice this thing. Or if we do the further deep down, that what is the chance that person is male and person belongs to class 3, तो उसके बचने का चांस क्या है? फिर तो और ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगी. ठीक है? Now let's do the same thing with, and similarly you can do the same thing with your parts or SIBP or whatever. Since age is your numeric and continuous variable, so age and survival के लिए हम लोग क्या निकाल सकते हैं? You can run your ANOVA. You can run your ANOVA. Now, do you notice one thing, that if not age, then let me say your this thing. Let's do one thing. So someone was saying that there is no relationship, there would not be any relationship between your fare and your survive. अरे बहुत बड़ी रिलेशनशिप होगी. जो क्लास 1 में ट्रेवल कर रहा होगा उसका फेयर भी ज्यादा होगा. जिसने ज्यादा महंगा टिकट लिया होगा वो क्लास 1 में ट्रेवल कर रहा होगा, और सबसे पहले उसी को बचाया गया. ठीक है? So what I can do? Can I? So if I want to establish a relationship between my P class and fare, अगर हम P class and fare में रिलेशनशिप बिल्ड करना चाहें तो क्या कर सकते हैं? Can I do a group by? हम अगर बोलें TT dot group by, and let's do a group by based upon our P class. ठीक है? And let me say dot fare dot me. So देख रहे हो, the average price for your first class is 87 pounds. Average is your 21 pounds, and this is your 13 pounds. It means जिसने ज्यादा महंगा टिकट खरीदा होगा वो क्लास 1 में ट्रेवल कर रहा होगा, and if he is traveling in class 1, then chances of survival are much more. So do you notice there is a high relationship between your survival and your P class. High chances of survival and between your P class and high survival, high relationship between your survival and the fair. तो ये क्या साबित करता है? थोड़ा पैसा सा कमाओ, है ना? पैसा कमाओ, जब जाओ तो हाई क्लास में जाओ, ठीक है? कुछ होगा तो पहले बचा लिए जाओगे। जेंडर तो चेंज नहीं हो सकता, अदरवाइज फीमेल बन के ट्रैवल करो, ठीक है? अच्छा, डू वन थिंग, व्हाट इज द चांस ऑफ सर्वाइवल व्हेन पर्सन is male and traveling in class 3? जरा ये निकाल के बताओ। Read the question. I have written the question. Chances of survival when person is male and traveling in class 3. टाइटैनिक मूवी याद आ रही है? उसमें गरीब लड़का होता है, जरा पता लगा उसके बचने की चांस कितनी थी। बाद में तो खैर वो निपट जाता है, लेकिन चांस कितनी थी? Going forward, people will start looking beyond building the power. कितने परसेंट चांस है? कितना टाइम है? अरे 2 घंटे क्या नहीं, बहुत सही। Come on, guys, what's the answer? Are build one data set where you have only males and where you have only females. अच्छा बताओ, let me write the code and tell me whether this type of coding has been done or not. And definitely it has been done. Let me say I create another data frame tt1. tt1 is equal to nothing but tt, and then I'll say tt dot एक काम कर देना यार, tt dot head, and let me see the first record, tt dot 6 equal to, इसमें मेल फीमेल कैसे दिया हुआ है? कैपिटल एम एल ई, स्मॉल एम एल ई, स्मॉल एम एल ई, मेल, एंड tt dot T class equal to 3. That's it. इन दोनों को ब्रैकेट में डाल दो. कितना मुश्किल है. Correct. So what is TT1? So in TT1 dot shape, I have these many people. Okay, and let me build PT dot cross tab, TT1 dot 6 and comma TT1 dot survived. So, अब देख रहे हो, if a person is male and he is traveling in class 3, then his chances of survival are 75 divided by 75 plus 418. Only 15% chance है. Males की 19% chance थी, but गरीब मेल की सिर्फ 15% chance है. देखते हो? Now tell me, is this line number 349 clear? I think everyone was struggling in writing this line only, right? बताओ ऐसी कोडिंग करी है? मुझे एक एग्जांपल याद आ रहा है. Select all the people who are earning less than $3,000 or $4,000 and they were male also. इसीलिए मैं बार बोलता हूँ प्रैक्टिस करते रहो. कब कौन सी चीज की जरूरत पड़ेगी, you don't know. Now what will TT1 will have? TT1 will have only males and only passenger class as 3. And so when I build a cross tab on TT1, I get this type of relation. Okay. So out of 418 plus 75 males who were traveling in class 3, only 75 males were saved. बाकी सबको मर जाने दिया गया था. यानी गरीब मेल होना बहुत बड़ा पाप है. ठीक है. मैं इनडायरेक्टली तुम लोग को मोटिवेट कर रहा हूँ, अमीर बनो. क्या चीज स्क्रॉल कर रही? ये कोड देखना है? अरे ये खुद से लिखना है, इसीलिए मैंने जानबूझ के ऊपर कर दिया था. ये सिर्फ हिंट था. जब मैंने लिखा ना तो ये हिंट था कि कैसे लिखना है. धीरे धीरे अपने स्किल्स को इंप्रूव करना है, बट एज ऑफ नाउ प्लीज हैव अ लुक. Okay. So going forward, guys, please try to do some further investigation also, है ना? So which variable is playing more role with your y variable, right? Feature selection. Later on, once we have built many models, then I'll introduce many other feature selection techniques. At least 6 to 7 different feature selection techniques I'll introduce. Any doubt, any question? किसी को कोई doubt है, कोई question है? How to do our feature selection using our chi-square? अब एक sentence note down करो. So chi-square can also be used for your feature selection. So for feature selection, feature importance. So later on, once we have built many models, then I'll introduce all the feature selection techniques. Okay. So chi-square test can also be used for your feature selection. Lower the p-value between x and y, more significant would be the variable. Lower the p-value, more significant is the variable. Okay. I have shared one email. What data set to भेजा? Guys, I have shared one data set. Please open that data set. Open that data set. Data set का नाम क्या था? Patient with abnormal blood pressure, right? Okay, let's discuss this data set. And this time I will strictly give some time. और उतना ही टाइम में सबको करना है. And time बहुत ही कम देने वाला हूँ. And I want to see कौन कितना स्पीड में है. ठीक है. So patients with abnormal blood pressure. सबके पास ये data set है? Open है? If not, then you can see it over here. So this was the survey. How many records? 2000 records. How many columns? Around 15 columns. ठीक है. So this data set is, I think, generated by WHO ने शायद generate किया था by doing some survey on. कोई problem? भाई स्क्रीन तो मैंने शेयर कर रखा है. चलो अभी how about now? The screen visible? Visible? The screen is दिख रही है? So this data set was a survey done by an agency and they have published it. Please बात नहीं करो जो लोग पीछे में. So patient number is just a sequence number. You can get rid of this column. Then blood pressure abnormality. So have you heard this thing that blood pressure abnormality leads to many other diseases also? It can lead to heart attack से लेके बहुत सारे problems आ सकते हैं. And blood pressure abnormality can cause many disease, and this blood pressure abnormality is caused by some other disease also. Suppose करो तुम्हें अगर बुखार है and if you go visit a doctor, then जब कुछ बोलना चालू करो तो नेट चला जाता है. Okay, so rhythm is broken. Okay, so blood pressure abnormality and then your level of hemoglobin. So I hope people understand what hemoglobin is. It carries oxygen. It is something in your blood. Do some more Google search. What is hemoglobin? Genetic pedigree coefficient. So genetic pedigree coefficient, it means if you are suffering from any genetic disorder. Genetic means which is coming through your biological parents. So if the value is towards 1, then you are having some genetic disorder. Otherwise, probably not. Age is self-explanatory. It is age in your year. BMI, body mass index. लोग समझते हैं, मेरे से ज्यादा समझते होंगे. So if BMI is high, then you are little on the healthier side. थोड़ा मोटे हो शायद. Sex 0 and 1. Check कर लेना 1 किसके लिए है, 0 किसके लिए है. I think 1 is for female, right? And 0 is for male. Pregnancy, 1 means the lady is pregnant. And wherever you can see cells are empty, probably either the lady is not pregnant or the person is male, right? Smoking, whether you smoke or not. So 0 means you don't, and 1 means you smoke. Okay. Physical activity. Will physical activity have any role with your blood pressure? कोई role हो सकता है? Can be,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So what? Yes, it can have. So what are these numbers? These numbers are how many steps you are walking per week. हर हफ्ते तुम कितने steps चल रहे हो. Salt content, क्या salt का कोई role होगा blood pressure पे?
Yes.
Definitely होगा. Higher salt intake can lead to high BP. ठीक है ना? So this is amount of sodium you are consuming. Salt is nothing but sodium. ठीक है? How many mg sodium you are consuming per week? Alcohol consumption per day. कितना कंज्यूम कर रहा है. दिस इज अमाउंट ऑफ इथेनॉल यू आर कंज्यूमिंग. सो अपने लेवल पे चेक कर लेना वेदर यू आर ड्रिंकिंग विस्की, बियर, वोडका, रम. ठीक है. लेवल ऑफ स्ट्रेस. स्ट्रेस का कोई रोल होगा? सो नॉर्मली ऐसा बोलते हैं हाई स्ट्रेस में लीड टू हाई बीपी. चेक करो. सो 1 मींस लो लेवल, 2 मींस मीडियम एंड 3 मींस हाई लेवल का स्ट्रेस. क्रॉनिक किडनी डिजीज. ठीक है. सो 0 मींस डिजीज नहीं है. 1 मींस यू आर हैविंग सम किडनी डिजीज. Adrenal and sorry, adrenal and thyroid disorder. इसका कोई कनेक्शन हो सकता है?
बहुत ज्यादा.
Some thyroid disorder or adrenal disorder, then your hormonal balance may not be there, and which may lead to your blood pressure abnormality. Now comes what's the target variable? Target variable is obviously your column B. 1 and 0. 1 means person is having abnormality. 0 means person is not having abnormality. ये मॉडल बिल्ड करो और उसके बाद घर पे जाके अपने ऊपर प्रेडिक्शन करो, अपने पेरेंट्स पे, ब्रदर सिस्टर पे. ऑलमोस्ट ऑल दी पैरामीटर्स यू कैन गेट टू नो. जेनेटिक पेडिग्री कोएफिशिएंट नॉर्मली तुम्हें पता रहेगा किसी को जेनेटिक डिसऑर्डर है. लेवल ऑफ हीमोग्लोबिन शायद तुम्हें टेस्ट कराना पड़ेगा, तब पता चलेगा. एज, बीएमआई, सेक्स, प्रेगनेंसी, स्मोकिंग, फिजिकल एक्टिविटी. आजकल वो वॉचेस आते हैं which can tell salt content in diet. Also you can find it out. Alcohol consumption, kidney disease, thyroid disorder. Almost all the variables you can predict. And then पता लगाओ what is your probability of having a abnormality. है ना? So it is 11:33. Take exactly 10 minutes to build your model. So by 11:43 सबका कोड हो जाना चाहिए with confusion matrix with AUROC. ठीक है? Because I don't see much data cleaning. Most of the data is in numbers. Only thing is you may have to handle. ठीक है? Please. 11:43. I repeat, 11:43 सबका हो जाना चाहिए. Build it fast. Target variable again I repeat, blood pressure. Target. 10 मिनट में मॉडल बिल्ड होना चाहिए. And also find what is the relationship between your BMI and blood pressure abnormality. I'll not say BMI, but let's say pregnancy and blood pressure abnormality, smoking and blood pressure abnormality. ठीक है? 10 minutes. 1 मिनट ऑलरेडी हो चुका है. Yes. Assume it to be 0. सपोज करो हमें नहीं पता है कि उसको कोई जेनेटिक डिसऑर्डर है. द बेस्ट थिंग वुड बी टू अज्यूम दैट ही डजंट हैव अ डिसऑर्डर. Has anyone done? Come on, guys, tell me. किसका build हो गया? 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. सैम्पलिंग तो किसी का हुआ? सैम्पलिंग में हो गया, बस बस बस, अब क्या?
एक मिनट
How much? Somewhere taking around 55 to 60%, right? 57. So let's say even 60%. So model is not that a good model, right? Model इतना अच्छा नहीं आता. Okay, guys, start sharing your confusion matrix on the chat window for this abnormality dataset. This इसका भी हो गया. Put your confusion matrix on the chat window. Let's project it. Okay, so these are the confusion matrix. So एक प्रथमेश की है, एक सौरभ की है, एक कल्पेश की. Guys, print window दिखता है? Are you able to see the print window? Okay, so let's discuss it. So I think from top you are seeing your predicted values, and from left to right you are seeing your actual values. So this is 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay, so out of these confusion matrix, probably ये वाला सबसे सही जाता हुआ दिख रहा है. ठीक है? Maybe because of random sampling or whatever. But still, if I see, so what would be the overall accuracy over here? Overall accuracy over here would be 115 plus 114 divided by 115 plus 114 plus 75 plus 96. कितना आ रहा है? 57%. Okay. And what would be the precision over here? Precision over here would be 114 upon 114 plus 75, am I right? And recall over here would be 114 plus 114 plus 96, right? कितना आ रहा है precision? कितना आ रहा है recall? Precision 61 and recall
55.
Recall 55%. Recall 55. And what is the FPR over here, guys? Please, एक मिनट बातें नहीं करो. What is the FPR over here? बात रोकने का सबसे आसान तरीका पता है क्या? मैं एक क्वेश्चन पूछ दूंगा, ठीक है? What would be the FPR over here? तुम बताओ, लास्ट पर्सन तुम्हारे बाजू में जो है. Can you see the confusion matrix? In this confusion matrix, what would be the FPR? 72 तो कहीं है ही नहीं, 75 है. हाँ, 75 divided by 75 plus 115, yes. So FPR is equal to this much. So ये कितना आ रहा है? 39%. Right. So only in terms of precision, probably I can say it is still okay. But in terms of recall, it is failing. In terms of accuracy, it is failing. And probably in terms of FPR is also failing, right? Lower the FPR, better is the model. So you are making around 40% error in your class 0. Accuracy in your class 1 is only 55. Accuracy for your class 1 is only 55. That is your recall. And overall accuracy is only 57%. Right. So that is what the issue is. Okay. So do you notice that logistic regression model is not working good on this data? इस डेटा पे अच्छा मॉडल नहीं दे रहा है. It was giving good on Titanic, it was giving good on Churn, but यहाँ पे it is not giving very encouraging results. So now what can we do, guys? अब क्या कर सकते हैं? What can we do? Can we change the sampling? You can run your model 2 times, 3 times more, and probably your model may improve or it may go down, whatever, right? कुछ और कर सकते हैं क्या? So what we can do is we can try some other model. Now you can try only other model if you know that model. है ना, मैंने तो सिखाया नहीं. So basically ये example लिया है इसलिए so that one thing gets in your mind that just by knowing your logistic regression or linear regression, it is not sufficient. We need to know something more also. Why? Because it is not guaranteed that all the algorithms will give good result on all the data. So on some data, decision tree may give you good result. On another data, random forest may give you another result or whatever. So it's a high time. Let's move towards the decision tree. So now tree-based algorithms will start. Okay? But before I start with tree-based algorithm, take your, let me say 30 minutes break. And let's meet at 12:30. आज क्लास टाइम में आई थिंक मैंने 3 o'clock तक रखा है ना. हाँ, सो इसी को लंच भी समझ लो, इसी को ब्रेकफास्ट टाइम भी समझ लो. Till 12:30 it will go on till 3 बजे तक जाएगा. ठीक है. So I am giving you around 35 minutes. Enjoy it. And because decision tree theory will take some time. इसके लिए मैं एटलीस्ट डेडिकेटेड 2 hours तो डालना ही वाला हूँ. 2 घंटे की थ्योरी तो जाएगी. ठीक है. So enjoy your break, but after break we will directly start with decision tree theory. ठीक है. Logistic regression comes to an end. Okay. So those who want to go for break, they can go for break.
सरांना विचारणार आहे मी.
Okay, guys. So let's get started. So it's a long break, huh? That is our decision tree. No relationship between which two variables? Pregnancy and blood pressure. P value कितनी आ रही है? Is it more than? पक्का? E वगैरह तो कुछ नहीं था फिर? Then you start smoking. So see, this is from the data, right? So data says pregnancy has no role of blood pressure normality, right? बाकी किसी और चीज का चेक किया था? Chronic kidney disease. देखना उसको. Okay, but उसका था या नहीं था? Okay, that's good. ठीक है. Okay, now let's move towards the next algorithm. Decision tree. So decision tree is again your supervised algorithm. And decision tree is very closely related to your RF. Okay? RF is your random forest. That would be our next algorithm, which we will discuss tomorrow. Guys, please ab baat mat karo. There is no need for talking because ye theory to main वैसे भी नहीं आती. So just try understanding it. So it is again an example of supervised learning. So can I get the properties of supervised learning? पीछे क्या हो रहा है भाई? Just close it. ठीक है. What are the properties of supervised learning? दो properties क्या होती हैं? Can I have a quick answer, please?
Target variable.
Yes. Target variable sampling is possible, and you have a target variable. So basically, when you have a target variable, you are doing your predictive modeling. ठीक है? You are doing your predictive modeling, and sampling is possible. Okay, so this is about your supervised learning. Now let's talk something specific about decision tree. In decision tree is again your classification algorithm. So your target variable can be, I'll not say can be, but your target variable is in classes. It can be two or more categories. Okay. In logistic, your target variable can be only binary. In decision tree, your target variable can be binary, or it can have more than two classes also, right? So if you have more than two classes, so for example, let me say your target variable is something like your, let me say your income, and income is your high, medium, and low, right? So high, medium, and low. So over here, you are having three classes. So probably logistic regression is not suggested. You go for your decision tree. But wherever you build your, please, थोड़ी देर कौन है जो बातें कर रहा है? Wherever you build your decision tree, you can, wherever you build your logistic regression, you can also build your डिसीजन ट्री, बट वाइस वर्सा इज नॉट ट्रू। ठीक है, जहां पे तुम डिसीजन ट्री बिल्ड कर सकते हो जरूरी नहीं वहां पे लॉजिस्टिक भी बिल्ड। ठीक है, सो दिस इज अ लिटिल बैकग्राउंड ऑफ decision tree, that what decision tree is. Now, basically, have you ever seen this type of architecture? सबने देखा जरूर होगा, ऐसा देखा आर्किटेक्चर, tree based algorithms. So sometimes people also call it as parent child relationship or whatever. ठीक है, okay, so in your decision tree, your decision would be based. So remember, the name itself is your decision tree. So your decision would be based on tree. Would be based on tree. पहले tree आएगा, बाद में decision आएगा। ठीक है ना? Your decision would be based upon a tree. अच्छा, will people agree to one point that when you try to predict your y, when you try to predict the y, and you have many x variables, all the x variables are not of same importance. बराबर? सारे वेरिएबल सेम इंपॉर्टेंस के तो नहीं होते. So which means if all the variables are of not of same importance, then you need to check or analyze the most important, or you can say most significant variable first. हम पहले उसको चेक करेंगे जो सबसे ज्यादा सिग्निफिकेंट होगा, right? There is no need of data science in this. This is an obvious thing. Suppose, let me say, if you want to give an offer letter to a candidate, तुम लोग सबको भी एक ऑफर लेटर आना है लाइफ में, एटलीस्ट एक तो आना ही, ठीक है, बाद में स्विच करोगे तो अलग बात है. If you want to give an offer letter to a candidate, so basically, what could be the criteria? So there can be many conditions which a candidate need to satisfy, then only the offer letter or the employment would be generated. पहले हो सकता है, let me say you are applying in a company named ABC, then ABC may have a cutoff that only those candidates can apply who have got more than 70%. Then another thing can be only those can apply who have done, let's say, who are from, let's say, engineering background. And then probably, let me say you have a computer-based test, and then you have a let me say interview, and then let me say you have a manager interview, and then let me say you have a HR interview, and then let me say you have a salary discussion. ठीक है ना? And whatever. And then probably either offer is generated or not generated. Correct? So there can be number of criteria, I'll not say criteria, but number of parameters based upon which your employment would be decided. 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So don't you think that a company which is properly structured should follow these steps in the same order? ऐसा तो नहीं होना चाहिए ना कि पहले मैनेजर इंटरव्यू हो गया and then you are taking your computer based test, and after everything you are checking the marks. If you are checking the marks after all the process, then don't you think that it is a wastage of time? जिसके marks कम थे उसका इंटरव्यू लेने की भी जरूरत नहीं थी, right? So what do you think? Things should be checked in a order. So if you want to generate an employment and all these are the conditions, then this condition should be the first condition to be checked, and followed by this condition. Then probably computer based test. ऐसा तो नहीं होना चाहिए ना कि that you have taken interview and then now you are saying now you go back and go take your computer based test. Or management HR interview, salary discussion हो गया, and now you are saying let me go for a technical interview. So do you think or do you agree that order is also important. ये जो order है ये important है. Otherwise, it would be a wastage of time and energy. Now the question is how to decide the order. How to decide the order. Over here, ये जो order तैयार किया है कैसे तैयार हुआ है? How did we create this order? ये hierarchy कैसे create हुई? Can I say with based upon your experience? So company ऐसा तो नहीं है एक दिन से है और it is just a first company in this world. There are so many companies and based upon that experience, we have decided, okay, that if you want to select the candidate, this should be our procedure. So either you as a person decide the criteria, but when you are using your software, how can software decide the order? How can software decide the order? That in which order I should proceed, right? So if software has to decide, then it means you should have some criteria also, based upon which criteria what I will do, right? Let me take another example. Suppose, let me consider you want to find which type of people are at more risk of COVID. A relevant example which you can easily connect. Okay, you want to find which type of people are at more risk of COVID. So basically what you will do, first of all, you will take the historical data. Let me say you have taken a sample of some 5,000 people. तुमने 5,000 people पे sample कर लिया. You are a doctor. 5,000 people. Now, कौन से लोग ज्यादा रिस्क पे होते हैं in COVID? Diabetic, blood pressure, अच्छा सबका thinking उधर मूड लगे. Can I say age can be one factor? जिनकी age ज्यादा होती है उनको chances of acute COVID or whatever are more. And हम लोग ने देखा भी है. Mainly old people used to. I'll not say mainly, but mostly. ठीक है. So let's say age. So age can be one factor. So I will say, let's say if age is greater than 60, हमने criteria डाल दिया doctor. So out of these 5,000 people, let me say 1,000 people were greater than 60. So I will say T. T as in true. So if this criteria satisfied, true, and false would be 4,000. But within this 1,000, there can be few people who are not only 60, but let's say more than 75 also. जो 60 से ज़्यादा हो सकता है, he can be more than 75 also. So let me say out of these 1,000, how many of them are greater than 75? So out of these 1,000, you say that there are 400 who are more than 75. So 600 are less than 75. Now among these 400, do you think if someone is having high BP, he should be put in separate class? उसकी ज़्यादा monitoring चाहिए. A old person who is already fit and fine, probably he can still survive. Fight back कर जाएगा. So out of these 400 people, let me say there were some 150 people who are satisfying the criteria, and there are 250 who do not satisfy the criteria. So probably for these 150 people, what you will do? You will mark them in high risk, let's say. And for these, probably you may mark them in as still low risk. So do you notice high risk and low risk is not based upon only on one parameter, it can be multiple parameters. Now let's talk about those 4,000 people who are less than 60. Out of those 4,000 people, you are checking how many people the age is greater than, let me say 45. तुमने एक और criteria डाल दिया. So then out of these 4,000, you say, okay, 1,500 are satisfying this criteria. There are 2,500 which are not satisfying this criteria. Among these 1,500, you are asking how many of them. For over here, you are not talking about blood pressure. Let me say you are talking about how many of them have sugar, or they have your high BMI, or let me say how many of them have high BMI, or instead of high BMI, let me say BMI more than 35, obese people. If BMI is more than 35. So out of this 1,500, you say there were 800 people who satisfy this criteria and 700 who do not satisfy this criteria. So again, these 800 can be put in high risk. बहुत ज़्यादा मोटा है आदमी, so there is chances of the same. And among these 700, again you can check. Let me say how many people are. Now let me say out of these 700 people, you can check the gender. So sometime it is said that COVID is more acute for males. So out of these 700, let me say 500 were males and 200 were female. And over these 500 people, again, you can check how many of them have taken the, let's say, both the vaccines. If they have taken both the vaccines, let me say 400 have taken both the vaccines, 100 have not taken the vaccine. So true and false. So these 400 would be falling in low risk and these 100 may fall in higher risk. So do you notice that decision is not based upon the one criteria, but it can be multiple criteria. But let me put some numbers over alphabets. So let me say condition A. This is your condition A, then your B, condition C, whatever, right? So which is the most important condition? The most important criteria or condition I'm checking is your 60, or I'm saying age is 60. And then I'm saying age greater than 75 or 45 or whatever, right? So I can consider that for me, the age seems to be the most important parameter. But different doctors can have different opinions also. So किसी के लिए हो सकता है that instead of age, BMI may be the most important. For some other person, the BP may be most important. For some other person, sugar may be most important, and for some other person, gender may be most important, right? But whichever condition is most important, that should be checked first. मैं एक line लिखता हूँ यहाँ पे. Whichever condition or parameter is most important, or you can say significant, should be checked first. And then the second most, and so on. Right. Now, how to decide which parameter is most important? Because for different people, because different people may think, because different people may consider different parameters. So for example, let me say for me, the loan approval is the primary condition for your loan approval is your income. But some another person may think that primary condition for loan approval is your credit history, right? And if different people are considering different parameters, so different model analysis. So we have a problem कि parameters की importance को decide कैसे करें? How to decide which parameter would be important? ये समझ में आ रहा है सबको? So what should be the solution? Solution is some mathematical formula. एक mathematical formula डाल देते हैं जिससे problem ही हट जाए. So the problem is how to decide which parameter is significant, because the parameter which is most significant should be considered first, followed by the second, followed by the third. But decide कैसे करें? Any doubt, any question till this point? नोट्स ध्यान से बनाना, जैसे ही मेरी थ्योरी खत्म होगी कोई दो लोग आके एक्सप्लेन करेंगे, दो क्राइटेरिया डालने जा रहा हूं विद फॉर्मूला, और इस बार वो दो लोग ऐसे होंगे जिन्होंने लास्ट दो बार एक्सप्लेन नहीं किया, ठीक है? टारगेट वेरिएबल इज योर कैटेगोरिकल, इट कैन बी टू और मोर, it can take two categories or two classes or more classes. ठीक है? Now, any doubt, any questions till this point, guys? No? Can I say? अभी तक कोई formula नहीं डाला है. I'm just waiting for the right time to introduce that formula and criteria. सिर्फ background build कर रहा हूँ, माहौल बना रहा हूँ. ठीक है? तुम लोग उस माहौल में adjust हो जाओ, फिर formula डालो. ठीक है? माहौल बन गया? ठीक है? See, always I try understanding. You have a problem and then you have a solution. Problem क्या है? How to decide which parameter would be most significant. कौन सा parameter हम पहले चेक करें और कौन सा सबसे लास्ट में चेक करें. Whichever is most significant should be checked at the beginning. So the mathematical formula तो मैंने लिख दिया है. To now to decide which parameter is most important, I can use two ways, or I will have two criteria. The first criteria is your entropy and the second criteria is your Gini. So basically entropy and Gini is used to build your tree. Either you use entropy or you use Gini. You cannot mix both of them. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता that you have built the half tree using entropy, half tree using Gini, right? This is not possible. Either entire tree would be built on entropy or on Gini. So let's explore what is our entropy. अब हम enter कर रहे हैं. Let me say I am officially entering into the decision tree. So let's talk about the criteria. So there are two criteria to build the tree. One is your entropy, another is your Gini. और जीनी स्कोर भी बोलते हैं उसे लोग. ठीक है? आई एम स्टार्टिंग विद द एंट्रोपी. एंट्रोपी के बाद फिर गिनी डालेंगे. अच्छा, नाउ ये वर्ड एंट्रोपी ऐसा तो नहीं कि पहली बार सुन रहे हो, पहले भी सुना होगा. थर्मोडायनेमिक्स सुना है, क्या होता है? वैसे ये बात सही है. इट हैज समथिंग टू डू विद, यूजुअली टू डू विद थर्मोडायनेमिक्स. यस, टेल मी व्हाट इट इज. Okay. So what does high entropy or low entropy implies? Randomness. Yes. So entropy is basically related to your, either you can say heat or cold. अगर heat ज़्यादा होगी तो randomness ज़्यादा होगी. So if you heat a liquid, the randomness of molecules will increase. Molecules ज़्यादा fast move करेंगे. और ज़्यादा heat कर दोगे तो liquid vapor में convert हो जाएगा. And the motion would be even faster, right? So entropy is basically, I'll remove this word heat क्योंकि हमें thermodynamics तो पढ़ना नहीं है. ठीक है? हमें करना है data science. So basically entropy word was not specifically designed with data science, but the concept wise we are using it data science. ठीक है? And again remember, why are we using entropy? Because I want to build this tree. I want to decide which criteria would be more important. ठीक है? Suppose हमें अगर loan approve करना है, so should I check the income first or loan amount first or your credit history first, right? So entropy is basically your amount of randomness. Randomness associated कितनी? So just give me amount of randomness associated. अच्छा, before I put the formula or something. So what do you want? So what do you wish to have? What do you wish to have? Wish to have in data. और याद रखना मैं बोल रहा हूँ wish. तुम्हारी कामना क्या है? What do you wish to have in data? High randomness or low randomness?
Low randomness.
High. Okay. तुम लोग ने मेरे क्वेश्चन को ध्यान से नहीं सुना. जब भी आंसर करते हो तो y पार्ट भी implicit होता है. If you are saying high, then y high, and if you are saying low, then y low. High randomness चाहिए या low randomness चाहिए?
Low randomness. So.
Low randomness चाहिए. Why?
सर क्योंकि अगर डिसीजन ट्री के अकॉर्डिंग आप जो एंट्रोपी बता रहे हो, अगर उसके अकॉर्डिंग हम लोग जब देख रहे हैं तो हम लोग सबसे लोवेस्ट थिंग को देखेंगे कि वो किसमें कितनी आ रही है, बिकॉज अगर हाईएस्ट देखेंगे तो वो बहुत ज्यादा मैच्ड अप हो जाएगा.
Okay, Siddharth, I heard your viewpoint. Okay, there was some person who supports high entropy, high randomness. क्यों high? डेटा रैंडम होगा तो मॉडल एक्यूरेट होगा. अच्छा. What do you mean by randomness? अच्छा. अब देखो तुम्हें डेटा साइंस कैसे माइंड को ट्रिक करता है वो तुम देखो यहाँ पे. एक लेट मी टेक अ वेरी सिंपल एग्जांपल एंड नाउ यू टेल मी क्या इशू है. Suppose करो, and this example I have already taken earlier. Again, I am taking the same thing. Let's say A and B are two players, and you have their runs in different innings. So let me say A scored somewhere around 48 runs, and then he scored 49 runs. He scored 48 runs. He scored 47 runs, 48 runs, 49 runs. And भाई साहब B 100 बनाता है, 100 बनाता है, 120 बना देता है, 30 बनाता है, 40 बनाता है, and 10 बनाता है. So tell me which data is more random? B is more random. Fair enough. ठीक है. B is more random. Everyone is right. And how can I measure the randomness? Probably I can find the standard deviation. बहुत high आने वाला है. But tell me one thing. If I want to build a model, question ध्यान से सुनना. If I want to build a model to predict how many runs A or B are going to make in next inning, do I need any model for it? A के लिए कोई मॉडल चाहिए क्या? मॉडल चाहिए ही नहीं, because data is consistent. Randomness है ही नहीं. अगर randomness है ही नहीं तो मॉडल की जरूरत भी क्या है? तो अब उस क्वेश्चन का आंसर मिल रहा है कि लो randomness is, अगर कोई randomness है ही नहीं तो मॉडल की क्यों जरूरत है? It means डेटा में कुछ तो randomness हो, तभी तो मॉडल बिल्ड करने की जरूरत है. Now consider this thing. Let me say all you want to approve the loan. Either you approve the loan or you reject the loan. So y is the target variable. So this target variable will depend upon number of things. Income. Let me say it also depends upon gender. Let me say it also depends upon education. It also depends upon credit history. So for example, let me say if education. So education, let me say few people are graduates and few are non-graduate. Then this data is random, right? Kuch graduates hai, kuch non-graduate, then this data is random, right? Compare this scenario where few are graduates and few are non-graduates with the scenario where all are graduates. If all are graduate, then this data is completely homogeneous. एक ही जैसा है, कोई randomness नहीं है. But if all are graduate, then is there any role of education for? No. जब सारे के सारे ही कंट्री वाले इंडियंस हैं, तो इंडिया एज अ कंट्री पैरामीटर का कोई मतलब ही नहीं. So do you notice if data has zero randomness, then that data is of no use to. तो फाइनल आंसर क्या है? हाई रैंडमनेस या लो रैंडमनेस? हाई रैंडमनेस। अच्छा, इतना समझ में आ रहा है कि अगर रैंडमनेस बिल्कुल नहीं है तो वो डेटा हमारे किसी काम का ही नहीं है। सूरज निकलने का प्रिडिक्शन करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, उसका टाइम फिक्स है कि आज इतने बजे निकला है तो अगले साल भी कल इतने बजे निकलने वाला है। उसके लिए तो हमें कोई मॉडल की जरूरत नहीं है, राइट। बारिश प्रिडिक्ट करने के लिए मॉडल की जरूरत है बिकॉज वो थोड़ा रैंडम है। तो अब बताओ, फाइनल आंसर डिसाइड करो, हाई रैंडमनेस या लो रैंडम, क्या चाहिए लाइफ? लो रैंडमनेस। तो लो रैंडमनेस है तो फिर डेटा साइंस होती है। अभी सपोज करो एक प्लेयर है जो हर बार आके 50 रन बनाता ही है, तो उसके लिए तुम्हें कोई मॉडल की जरूरत है ही नहीं, तुम्हें पता है आएगा 50 रन बनाएगा, आउट हो जाएगा। ओके, बट लेट्स से व्हाट अबाउट दिस एजुकेशन कॉलम, और लेट मी से द कॉलम लाइक योर कंट्री। तुम आईसीआईसी बैंक के लिए काम कर रहे हो और उसके ऑपरेशन सिर्फ इंडिया में ही है, तो विल कंट्री कॉलम ऐड एनी मीनिंग? सारे के सारे इंडियंस ही हैं, यहाँ पे आई लिखा हुआ है। अब बताओ, दिस कॉलम इज कमिंग विद योर जीरो रैंडमनेस, यस। तो अगर is so when all the people are from India or from any other country, same country, does there is any role of country and your wife? If all the people are from the same gender, will gender play any role in your this and this? तुम सब लोग मेरी क्लास में बैठे हो, तो is there any role of me, of someone getting job, someone not getting job? मेरा कोई रोल नहीं, तुम्हारा सिर्फ इंडिविजुअल रोल होगा। बिकॉज अगर मेरा रोल होगा तो किसी को नहीं मिलेगा, फिर सबको मिल जाएगा। समझ में आ रही है बात? सो इफ डेटा, नाउ आई एम इंट्रोड्यूसिंग टू वर्ड्स, होमोजीनियस एंड heterogeneous. Heterogeneous is just opposite of homogeneous. Heterogeneous. So come on guys, tell me what is homogeneous? It has nothing to do with data science. Okay. Let me give you 3 samples and you tell me which one is completely homogeneous, which is completely heterogeneous. So consider that there are 2 elements or 2 compounds, let me say 2 compounds. One is marked in your red color, another is marked in your, let me say, green color. ठीक है? Tell me, which are homogeneous, which are heterogeneous? A and B are homogeneous. ये तुम सब लोग ने बिल्कुल खुश कर देने वाला आंसर दिया, homogeneous. बड़े कम मौके आते हैं जब मैं ऐसा बोलूं, and this is your heterogeneous. ठीक है ना? Okay, fair enough. Now let me build your thinking little more. Let me say I built 2 more boxes. इस बार चॉइस थोड़ी सी मुश्किल दे रहा हूं. Box number 1, box number 2. Which one is more homogeneous?
Second.
कौन सा, 1 या 2?
Second.
2. Why? 2 is more homogeneous. बट क्यों? वन में देख रहे हो, मैंने गिन के 10 डॉट डाले वन में, रेड, 10 डॉट ग्रीन के। सेकंड वाले में 10 रेड के हैं और ग्रीन के 4 या 5 गिन के ही डाले, मैं काउंट करके डाले। बताओ कौन सा होमोजीनियस है? अच्छा ऐसे बताओ, लेट्स से 50% वाटर एंड 50% मिल्क कंपेयर टू 90% वाटर एंड 10% मिल्क, इन दोनों में से कौन सा ज्यादा होमोजीनियस है? 90, दिस लेडी इज राइट, ये ज्यादा होमोजीनियस है। दिस वन इज कंप्लीटली हेट्रोजीनियस, आधा पानी आधा दूध, ये कंप्लीटली हेट्रोजीनियस है, प्रॉपर मिक्स हो गया है, ठीक है। दिस इज, ये हेट्रोजीनियस होमोजीनियस थोड़ा अलग है कंपेयर टू दिस थिंग। See, don't get confused with this thing. I know. Suppose इसको उससे confuse मत करो, अपने chemistry से। Let me say you have a solution of sugar and water, तो ये homogeneous होता है। And if you have a solution of sand and water, तो ये heterogeneous होता है। Why? Because तुम अगर नीचे से पानी लोगे तो sand ज्यादा आएगा और ऊपर से लोगे तो पानी ज्यादा आएगा। बट इन सॉल्ट एंड वाटर तुम कहीं से भी लो, सॉल्ट का रेशियो बराबर आएगा, ठीक है। डोंट गेट कंफ्यूज विद दैट थिंग। बट 50% वाटर एंड 50% मिल्क, इट मींस ये हाईली हेट्रोजीनियस है। एंड 90% वाटर एंड 10% मिल्क, इट इज मोर होमोजीनियस कंपेयर टू योर 50-50। इतना समझ में आ रहा है तुमको? टेक 2 मिनट एंड थिंक। बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पे कंफ्यूज कर जाते हैं, तो अगर तुम भी कंफ्यूज करो तो इट्स नथिंग टू वरी। बट अगेन आई एम सेइंग 50-50 मींस it is highly heterogeneous and 90% water। और कंपेयर करो ऐसे इसको, those who are still not able to comprehend this concept, इसको ऐसे समझो। let me say you had 10 liter of milk, pure milk, then this is completely homogeneous, right? अब इस 10 liter of milk में now you add 1 ml of water, तो इट इज, यू विल स्टिल कंसिडर टू बी हाईली होमोजेनियस। थोड़ा ही सा तो पानी मिला है, तो जैसे जैसे तुम पानी मिलाते जाओगे वो हेट्रोजीनियस होता चला जाएगा, राइट। और कंसिडर, लेट्स से यू हैव अ कॉलम जेंडर एंड ऑल ऑफ देम वर फीमेल्स। लेट्स से यू हैड 100 रिकॉर्ड्स एंड ऑल ऑफ देम वर फीमेल्स, सो दिस डेटा इज हाईली होमोजेनियस। अब इसमें एक मेल एंट्री हो गई, सो स्लोली इट विल लूज योर होमोजेनियस, राइट। जब 100 मेल 100 फीमेल हो जाएंगे तब इट वुड बिकम कंप्लीटली हेट्रोजीनियस। अब ये आइडिया समझ में आया? ठीक है। अभी भी मैंने फॉर्मूला नहीं रखा, बस फॉर्मूले का बैकग्राउंड बिल्ड कर। टेक 2 मिनट्स, अगर किसी को नोट्स वोट बनाने, को डायग्राम बनाने, just will move forward the formula. Okay. चलो जल्दी से स्लाइडर्स देख लेते हैं. We'll quickly walk through the slides. So I'm sharing the screen. Please read it out. Read these 3 lines. Okay, so thanks for reading. So let me read it out. Entropy tells us how much homogeneous or heterogeneous the sample is. We have already discussed what homogeneous and heterogeneous implies. If a sample is completely homogeneous, then there is no information gain. If sample is completely heterogeneous, then information gain is high and entropy is 1. Don't worry about formula. Formula we will discuss. Okay. Now, information gain. Come back over here. So I am saying if data is completely homogeneous, then information gain is least. देखते हैं यहाँ पे हमें लिखा है if sample is completely homogeneous, then there is no information gain. And can someone take an example? So the best example is जो हमने अभी लिया. So let's say you have your target variable, your loan application, whether you approve the loan or reject the loan, right? And let me say you have a gender column, and all of them were female. Then this gender column does not add any value. तुम gender column रखो या ना रखो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. If all the people are earning the same amount, if all of them are earning the same amount, then it means income has no role in your approval and your rejection, right? Because सबकी income the same है. If all of them are from same country, India, then India does not play any role in your approval or in rejection, right? So all these columns were completely homogeneous, and if they were completely homogeneous, then they were not doing any value add. It means the information gain IG is 0, or you can say IG is least. अगर डेटा completely homogeneous है तो हमारे किसी काम का नहीं है. ठीक है, शॉर्ट में ये. अगर हर रोज बारिश हो रही है शाम के 5 बजे, आई डोंट नीड द वेदर फोरकास्टिंग सिस्टम. हमें पता है छाता लेके निकलो. ठीक है ना, 5 बजे निकल लो, छाता लेके निकलो. ठीक है. So if data is completely homogeneous, information gain is 0 or least. In short, that variable is of no use. It should not be used in your model building. If data is completely homogeneous, it means randomness is 0. ठीक है. So which also means that I would be having a data which would be little heterogeneous. If sample is completely homogeneous, then information gain is high and entropy is 1. So basically, if it is completely homogeneous, then information gain is 0. If it is completely heterogeneous, can you take an example of completely heterogeneous? 50 water, 50 milk. 50 water, 50 milk. So this data would be completely heterogeneous. So gender wise, is this class homogeneous or heterogeneous? Heterogeneous है. सोचो. Homogeneous है. Boys are much more than girls. Completely heterogeneous होता है बोली ना जब 50% boys 50% girls होते. यार अभी तो दूध और दही का एग्जांपल लिया, कुछ तो कनेक्ट करो लाइफ में. ठीक है. So the females are much less, so data is towards your more of homogeneous. ठीक है. And the formula is summation of minus p log p. Over here, this log is of base 2 according to me. ये log जो है वो base 2 का है. It's not a natural log. Minus p log p. ठीक है. Now let's take an example. ठीक है. Okay. So don't worry about these numbers. These numbers I have taken with natural log, but if you take with log 2, then answers will change. Now, can you see this thing? I have written A, B, C, D till K. At point number A, is the data completely homogeneous or heterogeneous? It is completely homogeneous. And then slowly the ratio starts. So at point number A, 100% of the audience is male. So this is basically your ratio I'm saying, or you can say proportion. Okay? So male and female ratio. So at point number A, 100% audience is male and female is 0. Then at B, 90% is male, 10% is female. So at which point data is completely heterogeneous? At point F, data becomes completely heterogeneous. 50% male, 50% female, right? And again, so whether I say 0.4, 0.6, or whether I say 0.6, 0.4, these two are same only. Ratio wise the same here, right? Or whether you say this thing 0.3, 0.7, or 0.7 and 0.3, the answers you get are same. So I am calculating the entropy. एंट्रोपी कैसे कैलकुलेट हुई है? एंट्रोपी कैलकुलेट हुई है इस फॉर्मूले से, समेशन ऑफ माइनस पी लॉग पी, समेशन ऑफ माइनस पी लॉग पी, summation of minus p into log p. Okay. Now, see, basically, log 0 is undefined. Log 0 की कोई वैल्यू नहीं होती, ठीक है? So let's do our calculation from point number B. Again, I'm repeating, log 0 is undefined, so let's not consider over here. So if all the people are male, then probably there is no need to use that column itself. Column को ही हटा दो अपने मॉडल से. But if there is some ratio of male and female, then let's start putting the formula. Summation of minus p log p. So what is the ratio of males? Ratio of male is 0.9. So I'll say minus 0.9 into log 2.9 plus minus 0.1 into log 2.1. सबको फॉर्मूला समझ में आ रहा है? This would be the calculation at point number B. So remember summation. Summation means you add it. You add for, you find it for males and then you find it for females. एक काम करते हैं, इसको यहाँ पे डाल देते हैं. So let me say, mark down to me. Let me say male and female. So female is equal to 1 minus m. So I'll put just one value. Let me say equal to 0.9 and I'll say this formula लगाना है ना. So minus m into numpy import किया था, minus m into np dot log base 2 m plus minus f into np dot log base 2 into f. .4688. ये कैलकुलेशन समझ में आ रहा है? So someone please make a note at 0.9 and at 0.9. So when male is 0.9, then female would automatically be 0.1, right? Male is 0.9, then female would automatically be 0.1. So what is the value? Value is 0.468. Let me take the 3-digit numbers. Then let me say I change the value. ये इसको हटा दो, इसको हटा दो. I don't want to run it multiple times. Let me say it is 0.8. Can you notice the value increases? Value becomes 0.7219. सब लोग प्लीज ध्यान से यहाँ पे देखो. I am quickly doing the calculation. Again value increases. It goes to 0.88. And then let me change it to 0.6. Value changes to 0.97. Let me change it to 0.5. Value becomes 1. Value becomes 1. And again, if you change it to 0.4, 0.4 is nothing but 0.6. ये formula देख रहे हो? This formula doesn't differentiate between M and F. Suppose करो अगर मैं इसकी value 4 कर दूँ, 0.4. Do you notice the value again repeats 0.97, right? So whether ratio of milk is 0.6 or 0.4 or 0.4 or 0.6, the answer will still remain same, right? So do you notice when I am having the value as 0.5, at 0.5 your data is completely homogeneous, sorry, completely heterogeneous. It is completely heterogeneous, and if data is completely heterogeneous, then do you notice the value is highest? Value highest दिख रही है 1.0, or you can say value is 1. Now you come back to this line. Now do you agree with this thing? If data is completely heterogeneous, then information gain is high and entropy is 1. ये समझ में आया ये line? कि 1 क्यों हो जाती है? Because of the nature of the formula. जो formula डाला. एक चीज याद रखना, over here the base is your log 2. It is not your log e. ठीक है? Natural log नहीं है. It is not n. It is 2. And why 2? Because so that you can get answer as 1. ठीक है? अच्छा, any reason why this minus sign? ये minus sign क्यों आ रहा है? ये minus sign क्यों डाला गया फॉर्मूला में? Because minus sign, because whenever you calculate a log of a number which is less than 1, वो हमेशा minus में आता है. And minus into minus will become plus. And it would be easy for user to understand. तुम चाहो तो ये करके देख लो. Suppose करो, if I take something like this and you put some value, let me say 0.9. Do you notice the value is in minus? And if minus 0.9 is in minus, then 0.1 has to be in minus. Right? So whenever you are finding a log of a number which is less than 1, so answer would always be in minus. I don't want final values in minus, so purposefully minus sign बाद में डाल दिया गया. Okay. Now, so if sample is completely homogeneous or heterogeneous, entropy now. So can I say these two sliders are clear to everyone? अभी main formula आना बाकी है. अभी तो ये हल्का formula. अब आ रहा है main formula. ठीक है? This is the basic formula, or this is the main formula which I want to discuss. ठीक है? See guys, why do I need one more formula? Try thinking. ठीक है? Suppose you have a data something like this, y, x1, x2, or let me say instead of x1, x2, let me put some name. Let me say you have a gender column, you have your income column, you have your education column, you have your, let me say, credit history column. So for gender column, I can find the entropy. अगर ये पूरा डेटा दिया है तो मैं entropy निकाल सकता हूँ, right? I can find the ratio of males and female, and I can find the entropy, right? Similarly, I can find the entropy for my income also. I can find the entropy for my education also. I can find the entropy for my credit history also. बताओ इतना सबको समझ में आ रहा है? Yes or no बोलो सिर्फ. Either say yes or say no. Can I find it? कैसे find करोगे? The answer is very simple, जो हमने अभी किया. So if you have a full data, let me say you have 1000 entries. Out of 1000 entries, let me say 700 were males and 300 were female. So I can apply and find the formula of entropy, and I can find the information gain or whatever. So basically, when I'm trying to find entropy entropy or the information gain, I am using one variable or only one column. एक ही column तो use किया. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes. But what is our aim? Our aim is to build a tree. Our aim is to build a tree. So for example, you have, this is your target variable, gender, income, education, and credit history. Out of these four variable, one of them variable would be most important. और जो सबसे important होगा वो सबसे ऊपर आएगा. Followed by the second important, third important, or whatever. So now, if I want to build a relationship between gender and Y, then only entropy is not gonna help. Because entropy तो सिर्फ single column पे ही. I need a formula where I have Y also and X also. तभी तो calculation होगा, तभी तो पता चलेगा whether gender is more important. So I can build a relationship between Y and gender. I can build a relationship between Y and income. I can build a relationship between Y and education and Y and credit history. And whichever is more important, that would be taken first. इतनी चीज clear हो रही है? That only entropy is not sufficient to build the tree. कुछ और भी चाहिए. अब वही कुछ और इंट्रोड्यूस करने जा रहा हूँ. चाहता तो मैं डायरेक्टली इसी फॉर्मूले को इंट्रोड्यूस कर देता, ठीक है, बट उससे पहले ये बैकग्राउंड बिल्ड हुआ. नाउ टेल मी, सिर्फ इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर करो. आर पीपल क्लियर कि हमारे सामने प्रॉब्लम क्या है? अगर प्रॉब्लम क्लियर है, इट मींस अगर एम क्लियर है तो सोल्यूशन अपने आप सही है. ठीक है, प्रॉब्लम इज क्लियर. दैट व्हाई डू वी नीड वन मोर क्राइटेरिया, वन मोर फॉर्मूला. नाउ लेट्स इंट्रोड्यूस दैट क्राइटेरिया और दैट फॉर्मूला. Now this is the basic formula IG y comma x. अभी कोई नोट मत करो, सिर्फ फोकस करो इस फॉर्मूले पे. ठीक है, सिंपल है बट थोड़ा टाइम जरूर लगेगा समझने में और समझाने में. So I am saying IG y comma x. Now do you notice I am saying information gain of y with respect to x. अब दो वेरिएबल्स आ गए, एक y आ गया और एक x आ गया. IG of y comma x and the formula is EY minus EY with respect to x. Y नीचे वाला. अब से ऊपर की दो लाइनें नोट डाउन करो, ज्यादा मत नोट डाउन करो, सिर्फ ऊपर की दो लाइनें. IG y comma x equal to EY minus EY by x and the explanation is information gain of y comma x is equal to entropy of y minus entropy of y with respect to x. सिर्फ ऊपर की दो लाइनें नोट करो बस. जैसे जैसे मैं एक्सप्लेन करता जाऊं वैसे वैसे नोट करो. IG y comma x is equal to EY, that is the entropy of y minus entropy of y with respect to x. इतना कर लिया? Now let's do one thing. Let me put a half part of this. Okay. Now I'm saying, let's say there are 1,000 records, out of which 600 belong to class 1 and 400 belong to class 0. So now the probability for class 1 is 600 by 1,000. That is your 6 by 10. And probability for class 0 would be 400 by 1,000. That is your 4 by 10. And this 600, 400, this 1 and 0, I am talking about your target variable. I am not talking about your X variable. So if you see the formula, you need to find the entropy of Y. बराबर, entropy of Y. Entropy of Y कैसे निकलेगी जो अभी हमने फॉर्मूला डिस्कस किया था, right? So apply the same formula. If you apply the same formula, remember summation of minus P log base 2 P. And what is P over here? P क्या है? Probability है क्या है? So what is the value of P? Value of P is 4/10 and 6/10, correct? So the formula would be summation of P into log 2 P plus minus P into log 2 P. एक बार P की वैल्यू हो जाएगी 0.6 और you can say 6/10 into log 2 6/10 plus minus 4/10 into log base 2 4/10. ठीक है ना? इसको जल्दी से डाल के देख लें हम लोग जरा, इसी फॉर्मूले को उठा लेते हैं और m and f की वैल्यू चेंज कर देते हैं. लेट मी से m is equal to 4/10 and f is equal to 6/10. 0.9795 कुछ तो आती हुई दिख रही है. देखें हमारा भी इतनी आई थी. Can you notice? Answer is 0.97. So कैसे निकाला? Same thing, right? P into NP log 2, right? So the answer comes out to be 0.97. Now take a minute and do this calculation. यहाँ तक का calculation करो. Please कर लो, आगे confusion होने वाला है. Just try focusing. That is this calculation clear to you? ये 0.97 कैसे आया? इतना सिर्फ सोचो. अगर ये clear है, then you are on the right track. Clear till this point? Now let's take one step further. Okay. So entropy is between 0 and okay. Now let's take this. Acha. Over here, guys, can you notice? सब लोग एक statement को ध्यान से सुनो. When I found this value 0.97, this 0.97, does it has something to do with x variables? क्या इसका x से कोई connection था? Answer is no. I did not even use any x variables. I only use my y variable. But what is the formula I want to use? Formula which I want to use is this formula, Ig y comma x. So I want to calculate the left hand side. On right hand side, I have Ey minus Ey by x. अभी तक जो मैंने निकाला है, I have only calculated Ey. Now let's calculate Ey by x, and then I'll put it in the equation and I'll get Ig y comma x. And my job is done. So till this point, there was no role of x, but now let's introduce the role of x. Let's introduce the role of x. ये x है क्या? So let me just copy the snippet which contributes the role of x. Now, I hope people are very much clear with this type of interpretation. If you see from the top, you see your loan status. If you see from left to right, you see your credit history. So 1 means your loan was approved, 0 means your loan was rejected. Okay, so do you see any relationship between loan status and credit history? कोई relation दिखता है? So what is which type of people have more chance of approval? Good credit history or bad credit history? Good credit history. So how many people actually, so let me say chance of approval for good credit history would be 530 divided by 530 plus 30, that is your 560. Someone please find what is the exact number. Chances of approval for bad credit history. So bad credit history chances of approval would be 70 upon 70 plus 370, that is your 440. कितना है? 0.994. So if your credit history is good, there is 94% chance that your loan would be approved. Let me write it in percentage. 94% chance है. And what about bad credit history? 15% से 15% chance है कि तुम्हारा loan approve होगा. Right? So it means credit history will play some role. कुछ तो role ये play करेगी. Okay. Okay, if you add all these 4 numbers, तो देखो आंसर कितना आ रहा है. If you add all 4 of them, देखो 1000 आता है क्या? इसे मैंने नंबर कैलकुलेट करके डाले हैं. आ रहा है? So totally it means totally there were 1000 people. Okay. Now what about these 70 people? These 70 people are kind of lucky person. Credit history तो bad है, but कुछ जुगाड़ करके अप्रूव करा लिया है ना, कुछ ले देके. ठीक है. And what about these 30? बेचारे बड़े शरीफ लोग हैं, है ना, सब कुछ अच्छा है बट फिर भी लोन रिजेक्ट हो गया. शायद घूस नहीं दिया होगा इसलिए रिजेक्ट कर दिया होगा. ठीक है. Whatever, just on the fun factor. So and what about these 530? It is natural for them. They had a good credit history, so loan has to be approved. For these 370, again natural, history kharab thi, so probably loan was rejected. Right? Now, so now I hope people understand that there is some role of credit history with respect to your loan status. Or can I say that there is some relationship between your X and Y? Or can I say that over here Y is depending on X? Y जो है X पे depend कर रहा है. Okay, now let's take one step further. So totally there are 1000 people, 600 belong to class 1. How? Why 600? Because 530 plus 70. 530 plus 70 belong to class 1. So if you look from the top, it is your approved. Belong to class 1, 400 belong to class 0, 30 plus 370. In another words, we can say that there are 560 people for whom the credit history is good and 440 people whose credit history is bad. ठीक है. So ये 560 people कौन से होंगे? 30 plus 530. And who are these 440? 370 plus 70. ये 440 वही है. देखो वही जो हमने निकाला ना. Out of 560 whose credit history is good, 530 loans were approved. The same thing, can you notice? The same thing I have written over in the formula also. Right? Now what I want to find, again let me take one step back. I want to find E Y by X. The rightmost term हम निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. ठीक है. Now let's come to this. So how would I find? I will find based upon again with my entropy. But इस बार entropy combined होकर आ रही है. So let's do one thing. So I'm saying entropy loan status with respect to good credit history. Now, what I can do is I can find the entropy of loan status with respect to good credit history and loan status with respect to bad credit history. दो types निकाल सकते. ठीक है. Entropy can be found of loan status with respect to good and with respect to bad. Now, with respect to good credit history and bad credit history. So how many people were having the good credit history? How many people are having good credit history? How many people are having good credit history? Can I say 30 plus 530? अगर तुम लेफ्ट टू राइट देखो तो ये 30 plus 530 गुड में है 560. How many people were having bad credit history? 370 plus 70, 440. Any doubt, any question? Because कोई जन ये नहीं बोलना स्टार्टिंग से एक्सप्लेन करो, वो पॉसिबल नहीं होगा. अगर कोई डाउट है तो अभी बताओ. यहाँ तक क्लियर है सबको? ऑनलाइन फोक्स?
यस सर.
सब लोग प्लीज कंफर्म. सो सिद्धार्थ ने तो कंफर्म किया. व्हाट अबाउट अदर्स? बाकी लोग?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. ठीक है. If everyone is confirming, I am very happy. Let's take one step forward. Now the calculation is very simple. So out of these 560, out of 560 people who have good credit history, how many loans were approved and how many loans were rejected? Check only for these 560. Check only. See, before you tell me the answer, do you notice one thing, that if credit history is good, chances of approval are high, but then there is 100% chance to nahi hai. So if your credit history is good, your probability of approval is high, but there is some probability of rejection also. If your credit history is bad, your probability of rejections are high, but there is some luck also that your loan may be approved also. So it means I can find the entropy. Out of these 560 people, there were 30 loans which were rejected. There were 30 loans which were rejected, and there were 530 loans which were approved. Correct? Out of these 440 people, how many approved, how many rejected? Please bataiye. Out of these 440, 370 were rejected and 70 were approved. अब बस क्या find कर लो. So what is the probability of or ratio of approval? Ratio of approval over here would be 530 by 560, and over here it would be 30 by 560. So if your credit history is good, what is the chance that your loan would be approved? It would be 530 by 560. And if your credit history is bad, sorry, if your credit history is good, again I repeat my statement, if your credit history is good, then your chances of rejection are less, but still there is some chance of rejection. And that chance of rejection is 30 by 560. Similarly, if I find the ratio over here, it would be 70 by 440 and 370 by 440. Now apply this formula, summation of minus P log P. So what will happen? I will say minus 530 upon 560 into summation of log 2 530 by 560. So basically, first of all, so this is on your left hand side and this is of your right hand side. Okay? And then I'll say plus minus, I'll not say minus, but 30 upon 560 into summation of log 2 30 by 560. And similarly, what will happen? I'll get one value from over here. I'll say minus 70 upon 440 into log base 2 70 upon 440 plus minus 370 upon 440. थोड़ी जगह कम पड़ गई है. Plus minus 370 upon 440 into log of base 2 370 upon 440. ये वाली रो 530 की वैल्यू निकालो, ये वाली रो 70 की वाले कैलकुलेशन निकालो. लेफ्ट हैंड साइड लेफ्ट हैंड का, राइट हैंड साइड राइट हैंड का, एंड ऑनलाइन वाले दोनों का. कितना आ रहा है? 0.301। ठीक है, अगर 0.301 आ रहा तो सही है। आने वाले का लेट्स डू वन थिंग, छोड़ो ना यार, तुम लोग से अच्छा मैं खुद ही कर लूं। So 530 by 560 into np dot log base 2 530 by 560। बस करना क्या है, इसे कॉपी कर देना है, इधर प्लस कर देना है, इधर 530 के बजाय 30 कर देना है, राइट। 30 इसको माइनस से मल्टीप्लाई कर देना है, माइनस 0.3013। सबका इतना आ रहा है 0.3013। ओके, so let's put the value over here 0.3013। now let's do the calculation for 70 and this thing। इसको कर देंगे कॉपी, 70 and 440, तो जहां पे 560 है वहां पे 440 कर देते हैं पहले। 440 and then 70, so यहाँ पे कर देते हैं 70 and then 370 0.63 आ रहा है, 0.6321। now tell me, is everyone clear how did we got these two numbers? ये दोनों नंबर कहां से और कैसे आए? बस one more step and we have the final answer, almost done। समझो हो ही गया। Online folks, please confirm, are you clear how these two numbers came, 0.3013 and 0.6321? Clear now? So what is this? This 0.3013, this is your entropy, or you can say information gain. This is also your information gain, or let me say this is not information gain, or you have applied the formula of entropy. So ये entropy का formula, this is nothing but your entropy. But this 0.3013, this entropy is for how many people? Is it on entire 1,000 people or less than 1,000 people? Less than 1,000 people. Why? Because you have considered only 560. Correct? And what about this 0.6321? It is also not on the entire data. It is 0.6321 is representing only for your 440 people. Barabar? Before, and have you ever heard the weight of word weightage? शायद मेरे मुंह से सुन लियो। ठीक है, अच्छा एक चीज ऐसे बताओ, लेट्स से देयर आर 70 people who are earning $5,000, and let me say this is your mean, and then there are 40 people who are earning $3,000, and this is your mean. Or for these 70 people, 5,000 is the mean. For these 40 people, this is the mean. Then what is the mean income? What is the mean income of 100 people? अगर किसी के मन में ये आया है कि 5,000 plus 3,000 divided by 2, then this is totally wrong. इतना समझ में आ रहा है? Mean income ऐसे नहीं निकलेगी. Now to find the mean income, what you will do? You can do two things. Either you say 70 into 5,000 plus 40 into 3,000 divided by the total number of people. Barabar? Or what you can do, you can say, what is this 70? This 70 is, what is the ratio of the 70? Ratio of 70 is 70 upon 110 into 5,000 plus 40 upon 110 into 3,000. Because now this 70 by 110 is bigger number compared to 40 by 110. Representation of these 5,000 people is more, so unka weightage bhi more hoga. Remember? So over here I need to find the weightage. Okay. So why? Because these 70 people is not the entire population. वो उसका population का छोटा सा segment है, right? So now put the same concept over here. This 0.303 is the entropy not on the full 1,000 people, but only on 560 people. And this 0.6321 is for only 440 people. So it means what would be my weightage entropy or weightage gain? Weightage kitna ho jayega? This 0.303 is on how many people? 560 people. So uska weightage bhi utna hi hoga. The weightage would be 560 upon 1,000 into 0.3013. Let me do one thing. Let me take another note. Paint window. Next paint window dikh raha hai? Dikhta hai? So what would be the final value or the weightage value? It would be 560 by 1,000 into 0.3013 plus 440 by 1,000. And for 440 people, what was the answer? 0.6321. Let's do this calculation in a Jupyter. So, कर लेते हैं भाई 560 divided by 1,000. And let me multiply it by here itself into 0.3013 plus 440 into 0.6321 divided by क्या प्रॉब्लम हुई? इनवैलिड सिंटेक्स. अच्छा एक सेकेंड इंटू 0.632 अरे 0.446852 0.4468. ठीक है, देखिए यहाँ से मैच करती है. हाँ 0.44, ठीक है ना, 0.446. So the final answer comes out to be 0.44682 or whatever. ठीक है. Is everyone clear how this number came? You are taking the weightage. Okay, let's come back over here. So what was the main formula? Main formula was Ig y comma x is equal to Ey minus Ey by x. What was the value of Ey? So this 0.44682 is nothing but this thing. समझ में आ रहा है? This 0.44682 is nothing but y by x, because over here I have taken two variables. I have taken credit history also and loan status also. So ये value तो हो गई 0.44682. What was this value? E by 0.97. माइनस कर दो, आंसर आ जाएगा. क्या है? पॉइंट 0.5231. ये आ गई IG y comma x, और यू कैन से IG loan status with respect to credit history. Clear, guys? So 0.5231 3 1। अच्छा रिमेम्बर, ये सारे कैलकुलेशन किस लिए करे थे? एम याद आ रहा है? सो रिमेम्बर, I wanted to decide which variable should be considered first, which variable should be considered second, so on and so forth. Right? यहाँ पे x1 आए या x2 आए, whatever, right? So, for example, let me say you have your y and you have your credit history, you have your gender, you have your education, let me say. So the way I have found the relationship between my y and credit history, similarly, I can find between my y and gender. सेम टेक्निक लगा के y and education में भी निकाल सकते हैं, right? And wherever the value would be high, that variable would be taken as the first variable. Tree build हो जाएगा. Whichever value is high, that value would be taken as the first variable. Okay. So information gain is this much. Okay. So I can find the information gain ig y comma x. So whichever information gain is more, that variable would be taken as your first node or first splitting point, first condition, first parameter. इतना समझ में आया सबको? Is it clear to everyone? Now take 5 minutes, 6 minutes of your time, make your notes, whatever. ओके, क्लास का टाइम कितने बजे तक है? 3 का है ना, तो अभी भी टाइम है। शैल वी मूव टुवर्ड्स गिनी? गिनी डिस्कस कर लें। कर तो लें डिस्कस, लेकिन तुम लोग समझोगे या दोनों मिक्स कर दोगे? बिकॉज फॉर्मूले ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर आते हुए आएंगे। चलो ठीक है। अच्छा, तो फिर क्या करोगे आधा घंटा? अह, एक काम करो, अपना जुपिटर नोटबुक निकालो, लेट्स डू सम कोडिंग। सिर्फ 2 लाइन का कोड डालेंगे। So tomorrow when we'll meet now, I'll start with the point Guinea. Okay. And as of now, what I want you guys to understand is that the theory might have taken half an hour or शायद कितनी देर लगी होगी. So we started around 12:45. So around 90 or 100 minutes की theory आई है. But building the decision tree model is very simple. कौन सा डेटा सेट सबके पास है? क्रेडिट रिस्क है. Take any data set wherever you have done your sampling. कोई तो एक डेटा सेट होगा जिसमें सैम्पलिंग करी होगी. So I will just write 3 lines of a code. Or let's say if you have built the model on your blood pressure abnormality, you go ahead and build your decision tree on that only. ठीक है. So how do you build any model? कोई भी मॉडल बिल्ड करने के लिए हम लोग क्या करते हैं? डेटा क्लीनिंग करते हैं. डेटा क्लीनिंग सैम्पलिंग इज ऑलरेडी डन. Then you import something from sklearn. And then what do? You create an object for it. Then what do? You run your fit function. Screen नहीं दिख रहा है. And then you run your fit function. And then what do? You run your predict function. ठीक है. And the way you build confusion matrix will remain same. Confusion matrix का तो कोई रोल होगा नहीं. So now what I'll do, I'll say from sklearn dot कौन सा आएगा? Dot tree. Let me say dot tree import decision tree classifier. That's it. You import and you say dt is equal to decision tree classifier. That's it. So can I say the import and object creation part is done? Import करना object creation part हो गया. Now what do you say? You say dt dot fit. Pass your x comma y. And then you say pred equal to dt dot predict. Pass only your x. Build the confusion matrix as usual. सब लोग प्लीज बिल्ड करो एंड देखो क्या डिसीजन ट्री से मॉडल कुछ इंप्रूव होता है या और घटिया हो जाता है. एंड फ्रॉम हेयर ऑनवर्ड्स मेरा रोल धीरे धीरे कम होता चला जाएगा. अब तुम लोग मॉडल अपने से बिल्ड करने लगे होंगे. मैं सिर्फ खाने का सामान ला दूंगा, खाना तुम लोग खुद बना लोगे. इतना ट्रेन कर दिया मैंने तुम लोग को. Fit pass your x comma y, x train comma y train. तुमने नहीं pass your x y train किया है, वहाँ पर डेटा पास करो. Model build करो and compare it with your logistic regression. Logistic regression से compare करो. तुम्हारा compare it with your logistic. क्या क्या compare करोगे? So those who are joining online, guys, build your confusion matrix using your decision tree. Find your precision, recall, accuracy, and compare it with your logistic regression. And tell me your opinion whether the model is improving or not. Okay. 55 थी logistic में, अभी 80. 83, so it's almost 30% का jump, right? What about 50? Tell me about recall or the TTR. So, how the parameters model is and group. So, three base models. जिसका यूजर हो गया है, guys go ahead and build your basically on the chart data. Those who are joining online have joined remotely, guys. Please do share your confusion matrix on your decision tree. Guys, not one thing. Do one thing for me. So before, so Amol is sharing something, 0.5842. What is Amol? What is this 0.5482?
In the area under the curve.
Area under the. What about accuracy? Before and after. Okay. सबने build किया model, right? ठीक है, try building your model on churn data also. और कौन कौन सा डेटा सेट मैंने तुम लोग को दिया है? Adult KNN दिया है? Okay, build it on adult KNN. In adult KNN, have I told you what is your target variable? Target variable सबको पता है? हैं? वो adult KNN थोड़ा। अच्छा छोड़ो, मैं तुम लोग को ना कुछ नया डेटा सेट दे। इनकम है ना, ग्रेटर देन 50,000, राइट? सो एवरीवन नोज द टारगेट वेरिएबल, ठीक है ना?
greater than or equal to or less.
Acha, what I'll do is I'll give you one more data set for practice. ठीक है? Please practice करना सब लोग please यहाँ पे देखो. Can everyone see my screen? Screen दिख रहा है? So guys please पीछे वाले लोग 2 मिनट बातें नहीं करो. So bank customer churn outside इस data set का नाम रखा है. So whether the person is a would buy your product or not. So have you ever heard of word upselling and cross selling? Upselling and cross selling. किस दुनिया में रहते हो तुम लोग? It has nothing to do with data science. Upselling means अगर तुम एंड्रॉइड का फोन यूज कर रहे हो तो तुम्हें कोई आईफोन बेचना चाह रहा है. तुम ऑल्टो हो, कोई तुम्हें ऑडी बेचना चाह रहा है. ठीक है. एंड क्रॉस सेलिंग मींस तुम ऑडी हो, तुम्हें वैगन आर बेचना चाह रहा है. सेम सेगमेंट का कोई प्रोडक्ट बेचना चाह रहा है. दैट इज नोन एज योर क्रॉस सेलिंग. अप सेलिंग मींस he wants to sell you some higher end product, right? And many companies try to do your upselling or cross selling, whether it is a bank or whether it is an insurance. अगर तुमने एक क्रेडिट कार्ड लिया, तुम एक और बेचने की कोशिश करेगा. सिल्वर है तो गोल्ड बेचने की कोशिश करेगा. That would become kind of your upselling. ठीक है. Now, so this bank also wants to, this company also wants to do the churn. So it has some data and it wants to target the customers based upon the old data. Okay, so some columns have been masked. So ID obviously is your customer ID. हटा देना. Gender, age, region code. Decide what you want to do with region code. Occupation. So there are various occupation. So occupation may play a role if a person will buy your product or not. A self-employed, salary, others, whatever. Channel code is through which you have contacted the customer. तुम्हारे email से contact हुआ था या mobile से और message से. Vintage means जो old है, थोड़ा पुराना है. So credit product. So whether he is holding any credit product or not. No and yes. Average account balance. Account में रुपया कितना है? ठीक है. So normally if money is more, chances of buying a product is little more. थोड़ा पैसे वाला आदमी है. Is active or not. So person will buy a product only if he is your active customer. पैसा डाल के भूल गया है तो तुम्हारे बैंक के साथ कोई कनेक्शन नहीं रखना चाहता है. So मैंने बैंक के साथ काम किया है. So there are many people who have multiple account. तुम्हारे अकाउंट को हो सकता है वो डमी यूज कर रहा है, बस थोड़ा पैसा डाल दिया रखा हुआ. Is lead. So is lead is your target variable. So 0 means person is the 1 means person is your prospective customer. He is likely to buy your product. 0 means person is not likely to buy. तुम उसके साथ मेहनत करोगे तो कोई फायदा नहीं निकलेगा. Now there is one specific reason why I am giving this data set. So how many records do I have? I have 2,45,726. Almost 2.5 lakh. 2.5 lakh का डेटा है. 2.5 lakh कस्टमर बेस है. Out of these 2.5 lakhs, or you can say 250,000. Do you notice out of these 250,000 or 2.5 lakh, 1,87,000 are belonging to class 0? दिखता है? 1 lakh are belonging to class 0. Sorry, not 1 lakh, 1,87,000. So you can say around close to 2 lakhs are belonging to class 0. And how many are belonging to 1? 58,000. वहां पे कितना था? 1,80,000. 1,87,000. Okay, fair enough. 87,000. Let me round it off. And over here it is 58,000. Let me say 58,000. अब क्या हो रहा है? कैन आई गेट अ प्रॉपर वर्ड फॉर इट? इम्बैलेंस, क्लास इम्बैलेंस हो गया है। एंड जब क्लास इम्बैलेंस होता है तो क्या होता है? सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल क्लास इम्बैलेंस इज अ प्रॉब्लम। ठीक है, तुम लोग ने बहुत लॉजिस्टिक कर लिया, अब प्रॉब्लम जरा सॉल्व। क्लास इम्बैलेंस अगर प्रॉब्लम होता है तो सोल्यूशन क्या होता है? ओवर सैम्पलिंग और अंडर सैम्पलिंग। ठीक है, सो व्हेन यू बिल्ड दिस मॉडल, मैंने तुम लोग को वैसे भी ओवर सैम्पलिंग इन कोडिंग तो नहीं बताया, इट इज जस्ट वन लाइन, बट थ्योरेटिकली तो बताया है ना। So, and I have also told you what is the problem associated with class imbalance. So, what is the problem associated with class imbalance? क्या प्रॉब्लम आएगा अगर डेटा इम्बैलेंस होगा? बायस टुवर्ड्स और अगेंस्ट? किसके टुवर्ड्स होगा, किसके अगेंस्ट होगा? So it would be more biased towards your class which is over represented. So in this case class 0 is more represented, so probably you will say FPR would be very less, but TPR बहुत shoot करता हुआ दिखेगा. Sorry, TPR will go very low. TPR बहुत less होगा. In terms of class 0, model would be very good. In terms of class 1, model may be very bad. शायद ऐसा हो सकता है, जब ऐसा हो फिर कल क्लास में डिस्कस। ठीक है, सो व्हाट आई एम वार्निंग इज यू मे हैव अ क्लासिकल प्रॉब्लम ऑफ क्लास इम्बैलेंस। सब लोग प्लीज प्रैक्टिस करके आना, इस पे मॉडल बिल्ड करना। आई एम जस्ट गिविंग ओनली वन डेटा। सी डोंट वरी अबाउट द नंबर ऑफ रोज। नंबर ऑफ रोज से तुम्हें कोई फर्क पड़ता नहीं, नंबर ऑफ कॉलम्स तो कम ही है। जेंडर कॉलम इज वेरी इजी, एज कॉलम पे कुछ करना नहीं, रीजन, सो रीजन कोड ऑक्यूपेशन चैनल सिर्फ 3 ही कॉलम्स है, एंड क्रेडिट प्रोडक्ट and is active. Only 5 to 6 columns where you have to do some kind of data cleaning or other thing, right? Build your logistic regression also and your decision tree also, and see which one is better. And then probably tomorrow we will introduce Guinea, and I'll also introduce how to do your class balance. The manual method, practice करो. So Pratmesh and